Okay, guys, welcome back. We are here. It has taken me quite a while to get back around to this, and I will say this, by the way, I completely forget how the last video ended. As I remember, my Anus was getting freaking handed to me. You know what, actually, let me just pause it right here and let me go check. All right, you mother effing queers, we're back. So, it looks like I was not struggling last time that we were playing. So we're gonna have at it. I kind of forget what my plan was. Oh. Okay, so we were at war. We have 2 cities. We have a lot of these guys. That is my ally, correct? Who's my ally? Not pink, okay. But, okay, yep, Witch and Hobag, she's fighting the other Hobag, got it. And then we got Kooky Bazooki, or whatever the frick his name is. He's on my right. What was I doing underground? Okay. Yes, we have Spire of Solace, as I see. How do I... Oh, shoot. How do I... Oh, no. I don't even... Okay, wow. That was difficult. What the frick? Alright. Oh, we're close on this guy, huh? Oh, shoot, son. It's looking good. Okay, cool. Oh no, they're gonna take Pendant. Oh, they've already done that before. So this guy's just running back. Okay. Alright, let's do it. Let's go. So this guy's joining. It looks like we're going to actually take this. Wow, dude, it's been such a long time since last time I was playing. Holy crap. Honestly, I forget, like, how long ago was it? What happened is that during August and September, there was a massive game rush. I mean, there's still a lot of games coming out right now, but we're kind of sitting in a period of peace and tranquility. So, nothing's coming out right now exactly here, but there's quite a few games that's going to be coming out soon. I mean, the last big release was Space Marine, right? And right now, Silent Hill 2 Remake's about to come out. We got a couple of other games coming out. Uh-oh, that's not good. Can we afford this? Should I afford it? I'm gonna afford that. We can take 2 turns to heal up. That looks good to me. Oh yeah, that looks good. Shaker, that look good. Let us promote these guys. I want to get to elite at the very least. I forget what I was saving up for with all this. No idea. Absolutely none. Okay. He can sit here. There is no reason to really push. Oh yeah, man, that guy's gonna be clapping cheeks. That's gonna take 2 turns. So both of these guys down here are mine. It would be nice if I found somewhere else to settle down in, though. I want to find some other places. Oh, Druin would be nice to grab. Cosmic Overdrive? Dang, we got that. Ah, Treacherous, that's such a good one. Oh, Steel Skin, bro. Oh, and the Umbral Mistress, yeah. That's something I really wanted to do for this build here. So I'm fighting this freaking biatch. He's a pretty big deal. The ladies say. Alright, so I'm starting my empire from this little corner. This humble corner. Hold up. Yes. We're gonna do a bunch of good units. Making sure. I think that's a good move. Okay, let's give him to Pendant. What does this guy get? By the way, they just announced the expansion pass 2. So we're getting a bunch of extra DLC with this game. And I was saying this in my review, as I remember. And by the way, I did make a review for this. For the DLC, the Eldritch DLC. And I was mentioning, I was like, you know, by the end of the DLC for Planetfall, the game felt largely completed, you know, in a lot of ways. And they did come out with a free update after the last DLC, just to flesh out the game a little bit before they moved on. And with this game, I was like, you know, it really doesn't feel like we got that much here, you know? And it kind of turns out, yeah, we did not get that much. And they're not done with this game. So I wonder what kind of game modes do they have planned for this game? Because there has to be something, right? There has to be good reasons to come back outside of just new content. But I do look forward to the new content, by the way. I do. So we will be playing it once the time comes. All right, is that it? We don't have anything for this. Do I have anything I can get rid of? Should I get rid of any of this? I mean, that's pretty bad. I don't know. I don't know what we need, you know? So what the heck should I make? Actually, what can we even do? That could work. Alright, so we have a lance. We already did that. Is there anything else we haven't done? Oh wow, we've done a lot. Oh well. We didn't do this. Okay. So the game would like it. Oh shoot. Let's get that. Okay, wow. Oh wow. There's a lot here. Okay. Let's get rid of these. We can try this. Where's my Eldritch dog trash? I need some more Eldritch dog trash. Cosmic. I would like to have a way of unblockable damage, but I guess not. Although this would be pretty nice. Inflict all these effects. Right? Wouldn't that be kind of cool? I don't know. And I would assume that burning, I guess, can be thrown into the loop. Is that pretty strong? I have no idea. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Let's just build it. And then I was saving my Imperium for God knows what. What the frick was I saving this for? What's this? Oh, teleporters. That would be nice. What the frick was I saving for? Holy. Bro, I don't remember anything. What the frick was I doing? I'm just gonna assume, you know? So, that is that. Oh, and these are my two cities, yeah. It's a decent spot to be. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Indeed. Sadly, I don't have war slaves. Otherwise, I would definitely like to use that. They did change how spells work, as I remember. Because there was an update that came out somewhat recent. Oh, we're getting Gloomstrider. Oh, dang. For real. Yep, we're trying to build tanky for the most part. As much as I can. I mean, these guys, they can't go that tanky, but whatever. We're looking good. Okay. We are trying to do as much damage as possible. What is the what's the difficulty here? We're doing, what kind of difficulty are we doing? It's not showing me. Where is it? It's custom. Your mother was custom when I was sliding in her frickin' groin. Like a menace to society. Major advantage. Okay, so we're on brutal. Nice. Has been a while. Has been a long while. What the frick? Well, we got a bunch of other builds I have not gotten around to. By the way, it's in the next month, the next expansion pass is going to be coming out. So I look forward to that. We're going to be covering that when it comes out, and that means we're going to be using a lot of my current builds in that content update. There's a bunch of builds I want to get to, right? I showed it at the beginning. Oh, frick. Oh, screw you. Screw your freaking life. Yeah, there's Tifa, by the way, without her t-shirt, her black undershirt t-shirt. Screw that freaking undershirt. It's the worst thing that's ever existed. Tifa looks way better when she has no undershirt. Just a healthy reminder that that is what Tifa should have looked like. And by the way, she looks different from the first game to the second game, Rebirth. They did make changes to her face. They did uglify her. Nobody talks about it, but you can't get past me. If you mess with my frickin' wife's frickin' breasts or her frickin' face, I'm gonna have a frickin' problem with you, and I got a frickin' problem, bruh. It's gonna get messy in here. You defiled my wife. You think that's just gonna pass off? It's over for you. It's absolutely over. Absolutely over. It's so over right now. Now bend over. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about right here. Bend over. You've done plenty wrong. And it's over. It's over now. So I guess I'm gonna go for the astral Matrix, right? Because we went for the tier 5 totem. That is my assumption. And I do believe that my assumption is highly correct. It's not because of the assumption itself that is correct. No. It's because I came down to the assumption. Therefore, it is correct. You know how it goes. Hot guy stuff. Freaking hot guy stuff. That's what we're talking about here. We do got to get ourselves Mirror Veil. That would be kind of nice. Teleportation could be a little cool. I don't know, man. There's a bunch of stuff to grab, so it's kind of difficult. Like, how do you make a decision? Well, I currently identify as a female, so I can't make up my mind. So I don't know. It looks like we are SOL in this scenario. See, man. Going crazy out here. Oh, look at that healing. Dang. Yo, that heals better than my freaking wife after last night. Good job. Good job. Look at that freaking queer. Oh, bro. You don't know what's coming for you, bro. Bro, my freaking army is ready. You're not. And you know it. Clap your hands. Freaking Gaylord. Yeah, that's right. I called you exactly what you are. Freaking Gaylord. What you gonna do? You know you're a freaking Gaylord. Queer. A Spelljammer, that would be kind of nice. Summoning well, that would actually be kind of nice too. Hot dang. Yo, I totally forget what I was up to. I had this whole plan in my head. I remember. There was a grand strategy plan. And then I walked away from this game for like freaking forever. And now we're here. So I don't remember. I have no idea. Whatever my master strategy was, and clearly, because it was coming from me, it was a master strategy. We all know that when I come up with a strategy, it's a master strategy. Well, sadly, we just got back. It's been a long while, okay? Just being honest. And I kind of forget what was going on. So now the master strategist has been crippled. I'm on my knees, I'm begging. What the frick do I do? I don't know. But this is what happens when you queer about playing a bunch of other games. By the way, we did pick up Tomb Raider 2013. And I do have to report that Lara Croft's freaking breasts are spectacular. They're absolutely amazing. And listen, I played the game and I stared at Lara Croft's freaking breasts, okay? Her amazing rack. I stared at it for you. I did it for you. So that I could provide to you this information. And now you know. Because of me. You know how it goes. You're on the same freaking ticket as I am. We're both here. We both get it. Oh yeah. Freaking Lara. She looks good. And also, let's not forget, Tifa. Tifa looks freaking good. What's up, Tifa? Holy crap. You know what? Let's just take a second together on this. Tifa looks freaking good. She looks freaking amazing. We all know it. Even Tifa knows it. Even she knows it. Holy crap, I gotta move away from this freaking image. I'm getting excited, okay? We gotta chill it real quick. What the frick? You know what? Screw it. Tifa. Frickin' Tifa, bro. Hot dang. Hot frickin' dang. That is lethal right there. That's some good stuff. You want to talk about lethal? Look at that. Absolute lethality. Can I survive this? No. Will I endeavor? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're going to endeavor. There's no way we give up here. This is not the home stretch. This is the full marathon, and we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it together. And don't forget Tifa. She is an absolutely amazing woman. She has an amazing personality. Absolutely spectacular personality. You know it, I know it, of course. Wonderful woman, truly. She has a great sense of humor, some would say. I'm just going to randomly drop this in. That's Aranea Highwind, and she also has a great sense of humor. Honestly, every time she gets talking, I just start laughing. I don't know why. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. But that's how it works now. So anyway, moving on. And then let's not forget Scarlet, of course. Scarlet. Who is basically the same size as Tifa, let's just face it. But anyways, I love it. I love it. And I love her. Scarlet, again. Just a good reminder. This is Scarlet right here. And you know what? Fine. Scarlet. Right there. So anyways, I forget what I was talking about. I mean, these are just very talented women, you know? There's not a lot of talented women out there, but sometimes you just gotta really show some respect, you know? Like the feminists say, show some respect. You're right. You're right, you feminist hoe bag whore. Show some respect. Absolutely. And then of course, this is my favorite right here. Freaking Princess Sarah. I'm down bad. Listen, understand this. When I say this to you. When I say I'm down bad, the down bad does not get any worse than this right here. What do I mean, down bad? Eugenics program. You grab her. You create many versions of this. And then you create for yourself a harem. That's what I'm talking about. Okay? I will take as many virgin Princess Sarahs as possible. That's what I'm talking about here. And obviously a virgin, because we're not crazy around here. We don't do that crazy stuff. That dried up stuff. We don't do it. Although Scarlet, call me. And Tifa, call me. Anyway, that's the end of the conversation there. So we're back to this game, and we're doing some hot guy freaking stuff right here. I guess we're doing an alliance because who cares, honestly. I haven't been here for like freaking decades, so you have become a vassal. No, I haven't. No. Nah, we're not doing that. Ski Orinu, you freaking queer. It's not working like that. You become my vassal. I freaking dominate you with my freaking nuts. That's how this works. Okay, buddy? Get it the frick together. Understand my freaking strategy. My master strategy. All right, we're done. Anyways, OG Tifa is the Tifa. The freaking Tifa. That is exactly what she should look like. And yes, they screwed her up. Absolutely screwed her up, and I'm pissed off about it. I'm not happy. There's no part of me that is pleased about this information. However, because we were speaking about Lara Croft, again, I have to report. She looks great. And they did defile her, of course, in these successive titles, but at least she had a good run. We all know she had a good run. I mean, dang. Looking good. Frick. Frick, son. Anyways. I could move the image, I don't care. It's not like we really need to see her face, although I love her face. I'm just saying. There's only so much eye contact that you can actually manage. At some point, you gotta budget your freaking eye contact, and you gotta make a freaking decision. So I made my decision. That's what happens. Okay? The only time you do not budget your freaking eye contact and you try to match both, you know, is when you're gay. The only time that you try to match both in eye contact is because you're gay. That's what happens. When you're freaking gay, that's what happens. We all know it. It's just the way it is. And then just because, I'm just gonna, yeah. Nuwa right there. Yeah, she's super hot. Freaking hot. Holy crap. I just had to throw her in. That's Buccaneeth right there from Smite. She looks absolutely amazing in that corset, and I would have it no other way. Then there's this freaking voodoo chick. Her boobs look way bigger than this in the game. That's all I have to say. And then for some reason this. I don't know. I just felt like sharing that. I don't know. It's just impressive. Good job. Good job, Xion and Kisara from Tales of Arise. That stupid game, piece of trash game, but amazing women. Absolutely spectacular women. Very good charisma on both women. They're very charismatic, and I appreciate it heavily. I mean, just look at the charisma that this woman exudes. That's charisma right there. She can talk her way out of absolutely anything, and I wonder how. Anyways, biatch, get back in the freaking kitchen. You freaking hoe bag. And then for some reason, I'm just, I don't know what we're doing now. What the frick are we doing here? I don't know. What the frick are we doing here? Listen. Stellar Blade was a great game. Taki was freaking hot. Look at those freaking breasts. They're freaking amazing. We all know they're freaking amazing. Anyway. There's Taki. And yes, they should have given her and freaking Eve a freaking shower scene. What the frick are we doing here? Homosexuals are making games now. Where are my freaking shower scenes? I need more of this. What the frick? And then I don't know. For some reason, what are we doing here? I don't know. I don't know what we're doing right now. Okay? And of course, by the way, my scout's gonna die because the freaking queer, he doesn't have a freaking chance. He never had a chance. Look at this guy. He's done. Anyway, I mean, good job, Batgirl. That's all I have to say. Good job. Freaking dang. Good work. You're really putting that work in. And I'm really impressed with you. Good job. Good job. Seriously, good job. You figured it out. You know what I'm saying? You figured it out. And then while we're at it, Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5. You know how it is. You know how it is. Yes. Absolutely amazing. That's all I can say. These are stunning and brave women. Stunning and brave. It takes a lot to do what they do. Only the best of us could hope to be like them. Because truly, these are brave, brave women. And they came forth, they shared their story, they said, I have the legendary 10 out of 10 breasts. And I am proud. We listened, we heard them out, and we said, good job. Good job. And that was the end of the conversation. It was an arduous conversation, but we got through it. Like men. Like men, we overcome hurdles. That's how it works around here. Anyways, we're back at it. Shady's back. Back again. Tell a friend. Shady's back. Shady's back. And whatever else. Yeah. I'm not really thinking I want to promote the biatch, although it is kind of tempting. I could do it. But why would I do it when I have the whole world at my fingertips? We're gonna heal up for one more turn. Alright. Oh, Gloomstrider, nice. That's gonna be amazing. Let's do it. Was I planning on using this though? I think so, right? I forget. Whatever. Let's keep going. Let's go. Oh, shoot, I have a choice to make. We gotta do Cosmic. Absolutely. Gotta do it first. And then we can do everything else. Oh, are we not full here? Uh-oh. I mean, that's the same thing I asked about my wife. Oh, frick, man. Jeez. Alright, so we're gonna be summoning those guys. And a teleporter pact. I could use a lot more golds. So give it to me. Oh, he declares supremacy? Dude, that's me every freaking morning with my freaking wife. And girlfriend, both of them. This is a huge map. Oh my gosh. Wait, how big did I make this? This is medium. Okay. Yo, by the way, I was actually thinking about this the other day. I'm thinking I might actually start getting into the multiplayer. We're gonna try. Every time I did it in the past, it was very frustrating. But I think it's about time that we try. It's taken us a long time to actually get around to it. And now I have finally made the decision to try, officially try. We're gonna see if it works out. We don't know. But I'm gonna try. And I don't know if we can necessarily get it to work. If it comes down to it, if it's necessary, you guys can let me know in the comments. And I should probably share this at the beginning of the next playthrough that we do, by the way. I should probably share it again. But anyway, you guys can let me know if you want to do a multiplayer lobby. I have no idea if that would actually work out, by the way. No clue. I'm just going to be honest. I think it would be freaking chaos. But if I can make it work out easily enough, then I would actually do it. So anyways, I am willing to get you guys into a lobby and we can all play a multiplayer lobby match or whatever. Now the issue with that is, of course, I don't know. I mean, everybody would have to be available for doing that. That would be the biggest issue. So like, how many people could we get? Like, right? You can do 8 players, correct? Or 9? 8. It's 8. So, would it be possible that I could even find 8 people available on the same day and we'll do a multiplayer lobby for like, I don't know, like 8 hours? Yeah, like an 8-hour lobby. Could we make it work? That's my question. We'll see if it comes down to that. I would be interested, though, to try to make it work. What the frick are we doing here? We got all these frickin' homos trying to attack us. What the heck? Where's the frickin' chill, bro? Okay, let's do this. Are we ready? Or is this gonna be a really tough go at things? I don't know. I have the assumption that this is not gonna work out. Oh, come on. No, that's not. You don't. No. You don't want that. Hold up. Alright, we're gonna give this right here a shot. I did it a little bit differently, and I guess this is better, but whatever. We're gonna try. Let's see if we can make this actually work completely. There's really no reason to... oh, puppeteer. Okay. So I guess we should do barrage. Why not? Or maybe, actually, can we get up this close? And do we have a chance? Ah, frick. Alright, fine. How do I do this? Yeah. It's been a long time. What the frick? I did forget about that. Oops. We're gonna try to connect these guys. May or may not work. Ah, shoot. That's not good. Okay. Unfortunate. I can't use any spells. We have manifestation, that's nice. Alright, let's end it there. Yeah, so what we can do here, we can attack the ruler and try to take this guy out. that would deactivate their spells. Wow, that is low damage for sure. It's good damage. Oh man, that guy is not dying anytime soon. Those guys are definitely going down. Maybe. Actually, I don't know. Some of them are frozen. That's nice. Yo, the damage is terrible. All right. Okay. No way. An insta-kill? Stupid. Oh, another insta-kill? Oh my gosh. Crazy units. Okay. Insanity, that's a nice one. That's okay damage. Nice. Yo, these dudes are super tanky. Oh man, I'm losing units. Oh gosh. Yo, this is worse. Oh my gosh, it's worse. Jeez. Yeah, this is not working out. Huh. How did we screw up this hard, man? Yeah, that's not worth it. Let's try it differently here. Honestly, Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Let's just do it. Alright. We don't have to do anything else. I noticed the AI does not use this all that often. Oh, I could dominate that biatch. I will take it. And let's make sure that we're summoning these guys. Bringing them into the fight is typically a good move. Alright. I'm hoping that's gonna work. Yeah, condemn that biatch. A lot of misfortune. I mean, I used Puppeteer. That has to do something. Sadly, that did absolutely nothing. It's gonna be a tough next turn. You know, it would be nice though if we spammed out a bunch of Umbral Mistresses, because the Umbral Mistress is insanely powerful. For the most part. Just a lot of utility, and as I remember, she is really good at locking down a unit, keeping that unit from actually running around anywhere and doing anything. Oh, and I did want to use the Phase Beast, right? Of course. Whoops. I think this is a good move. Wait, was that the end of that round? It looks like it wasn't. It looks like another round went by. Whoops. Oh, that's way better though. We have not lost as many units yet. I wonder how many they're gonna get in this turn. Maybe not too many. Unless those guys get an insta-kill. Okay. We're doing okay. Interesting. This looks like a good spot to hit. We're gonna do that. A lot of healing. That's pretty nice. Oh, dang. That damage. The pistol is so good, man. Nice. I love that Sunder defense. Nice. Yeah, we're doing pretty alright. And we also demoralized them, so now they want to run away like little biatches. Yeah, you get them. You get those freaking clowns. Yeah, look at them go. Beautiful. Wow, my support units do no damage. I'm a little bit surprised about that. Okay, nice. We're kind of ending them at the moment. Wow. Yo, these support units, that is terrible damage. His critical hit was 14 damage. Jeez Louise, bro. You're never getting anywhere with that. Yeah, these guys are super tanky. What the heck? You know, the battle effects or the battle sounds kind of quiet. Wow. Oh, dang. Only one. Wow. That is the difference that explosive manifestation makes. Literally saves you an army. What the heck? That's so good. Shoot. I am happy with that. Oh, so this guy only has 2 armies defending. Yeah, that's not good. Who's this biatch? I don't want to talk to you. Go away. All right, so we can sit right here. We're gonna heal up, and then we can rotate out the other homosexuals and deal with them after that. Just gotta make sure we don't lose this city, or else my suffering will multiply manyfold. Ah, shoot. Gold touched. That's a good one. Tribunal is really important for knowledge. Ah, freak, son. What do we get? This gives me a lot more gold. For that reason, I might want to go with it. Shoot, I wonder what I should do here. Oh, the mirror mimic it's actually not that good. Against players, I imagine it's actually pretty good, though. Because players make sure they have really powerful builds. The AI, not so much. But this is a good one. Disrupting Blades, that would also be really strong. I think we're going to be best off getting this, though. Is there anything else we should get? Like, maybe this? Freak, son. What do we do? Yeah, the Golden Realm. I'm thinking that's it. It gives you so many things. It's really too good to just pass up on.
Gold. The
Gold.
queen of minerals.
We're getting gold touched right away. All right. What else? Oh yeah, we should do the amplifier after that. Yep. For show. That'll be strong. And then I guess we can do the armory. Defense. I guess let's do defense, right? Oh shoot, we could have had this. I hate my life. Oh wait. That was a defensive fight, right? So there's nothing we could have done about that. Well, now we have this. Very good. It makes us way more powerful with my summons. And we want to come down here. We want to get ourselves a summoner. So, I guess let's do we have Amplify Minds? We do? Yeah, so we should do Steel Skin. Oh, look at that homosexual. He's joined my dead biatches. You're done, kid. You're freaking done. It's absolutely over for you. It never began, and it never will begin. Oh wow, we got a lot of dudes in here. One of them was somebody that I did not execute. Man, this guy's just gonna harass me until the day is nigh. Jeez Louise. It's like me with my wife. That hoe bag has not seen a day of peace in many moons. Thank God we're freaking back. Alright, let me place this guy over here. Alright. We're gonna have you guard. These guys will continue to do their homosexual crap. I'm gonna make sure that these guys heal. Alright, that's good. So one more turn. Oh, we can take one more. Oh, shoot. Well, that means I want to take some territory, actually. What should I take first? I don't know yet. I would really like to take some stuff around here, but I might not be able to make that work. So maybe I should take some territory instead to my right. I was already planning on doing that. Let's go do that. And then I guess a quarry. Ah, there we go. The Masonic Hall. Oh, nice. We got this. We do not need any spider eggs. That would be absolutely unnecessary. I hate the spider egg. Oh, you know what, though? I guess we'll give it to this freaking dude. Even though I don't like it whatsoever. But when your hero walks into a freaking battle with a spider egg, you know that guy is a bad dude. You know he's a freaking bad dude. No regular guy just walks in into places with a freaking spider egg. No freaking dude. I'm gonna give you my mana. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So here's what I want. I really would like it if I came back down here and I took Drew in, because we need a lot more of these AI dudes helping me out. Hold on a minute. Okay, so this guy's defending Clapping Complex. That's good. So that's who this army is. That's an okay army. It's not really that great. I guess it passes whatever kind of test that we're looking for here. 2 units. We can throw this guy and also this. No. Oh yeah, Storm Spirit. That would be a good one. We're gonna save up our Imperium here. And we can't really do anything with the forge at the moment. Actually, could we? Hold on. I guess we could get rid of some of this trash. But what the frick would we actually build? I would like to do a helmet. Let's do that gay freaking crown. Homosexual. Alright, well that's not working. Yeah, wow, that sucks. We need way more magical materials. What the frick? Can I do anything here? Oh, frick. That's it? Ah, dang, bro. I hate my life. Dang it. That's what I'm talking about here. Alright, quick save that trash. I guess that's it. We can wait a turn. We're gonna be getting steel skin. That'll be nice. Well, are there any magical materials that this guy has not gotten? Nope. Completely done. What kind of terraforming am I trying to do with this? I guess gloom, right? Yeah. Oh shoot, so how do we get gloom? How do I get that? Yo, dude. Down here. Oh, my allegiance is close. Oh shoot, look at that. How much further? Oh dang, that's gonna happen in... three turns? Okay. Well, that's gonna take a little while. It's kind of annoying. Once we've gotten this guy, that'll be a bunch of resources though. And then we can start doing gloom. And because we're the gloom striders, we're gonna get a lot of bonuses from that. It is gonna suck for these guys though, because we can't actually apply the gloom building to any of this here. So instead we're gonna have to do something different, unless there is a portal right here. Oh, so maybe the portal could spread. The portal might spread enough that this will cover the area, which would actually give me, actually right now, should be giving me knowledge. Oh, that's right. We don't have umbral flesh. So then later. Yo, these guys are getting torched. Ah. Okay. Does anyone have this guy? Nobody has him? Oh man, I need to take him quick before anybody else gets near him. Oh yeah. Is there anything I want to do with this city here? Ralik? Whatever the heck you call it. I don't really have the population to expand. Are there any wonders here? I would like to take that one wonder right there. I forget if your ally has a wonder, your vassal, do you still get the Imperium? I've never been able to test it. I don't know. Wow, Magnaford is cornered. Look at that. Yo, this guy, he spread out like a mother effer. Jeez. Is there a way that you can give population? Or do they just naturally run away and move to your other cities? I wish it would operate like that. Probably doesn't. Ah, Rick. Who's taking this? Oh, this guy. Pendant has taken it. Interesting. Okay. There you go. Oh, these guys are on my freaking land. WTF. Oh, isn't that what I wanted to do? I wanted to actually... Hold on. Can I do that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's no way. Well, I do want to get Hidden Garden. For sure. I guess I don't really need to take anything else here. I guess. And I guess Rallic can hold on to all this insane territory that's right here. Seems like I shouldn't be doing that though. Whatever. Alright, let's just do that. Bruh. Jeez. Alright, whatever. Alright, so we lost a unit. We also got steel skin. Let's do this guy. Oh, dang, he's close. All right, promote. Easy. And then right here, we want to get ourselves another mass phantasmal. All right, I am happy with that, I guess. Should I just release this right now as a city? I don't see a reason to hold on to it. Even if I wanted to grab Pantheon's shrine somehow, I don't actually think I could. But it will be interesting. I don't think you actually get the income, as I remember. So we'll see once I lose Rallic. I'll be handing that over very soon here. We won't do it yet. We will hold out a little bit. And you know what? As long as we hold out, we should actually be building a bunch of the other things here. We should be doing Spelljammer, summoning? Well, I guess. Teleporter. I think they nerfed this, so your vassals with Transmutation Circle no longer give you the magical material, as I remember. Maybe that's not the case. Anymore, I guess? Maybe? Don't know. A Summoner's Cistern. That would be kind of nice. School of Cryomancy. That would be kind of good. Let's just do the teleporter first. And what is the best location? I guess right here. Who the frick knows? Oh, we should do this first. Because of the AI and their frickin' decision making. Yep. Quite a few of these. We need a lot of research. And also golds. The AI is absolutely retarded. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Nice. Very nice. Oh yeah. That's good stuff. Wow. Replace that trash. Yep. There you go. You know what? I think I want to place the teleporter actually right here. Right? I imagine we're going to want to get to the Umbral Rift pretty quick. I'm tempted to do other places, but I think this is the best. And then we should look at Spelljammer. Where's a good spot for that guy? Shoot. I have no idea. Like right here? Could be good. First, let's do the School of Cryomancy. 15. Oh, dang, that's kind of nice. They're not saying it's a lot, though. That's 4. That looks like 5. But why is it not really telling me? What the heck? Yo, this game is stupid. Why is that? Whatever. I'm just gonna build a bunch of crap. That is my master strategy. And I guess we can go attack Magnaford. Should be easy. Can I take this? Oh no, I can't take it, can I? Oh no. Oh, screw you. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I did want to take that, but I guess I can't, so I will take this. Amplifier gives us a lot more damage. Haste berries, nice. I guess we got something else. Oh shoot. Quickening is a good one. Man, they massively nerfed it by making us have to get it so late in the game. We're gonna get so much knowledge out of this. Well, actually, no. It's only gonna be like 6 knowledge. We don't have a lot of research posts. I wish we had more. Whatever. Who gives a crap? Oh, I guess we can check this out. Can I make a good helmet yet? Nope. Yeah, losing thralls is a way better deal. What is this? Mark of the Tower? Huh. Well, that's actually pretty good. I guess we'll take it. Gives me a little bit to work with. Okay. Let's have that guy guard. Is there anything good I can do here? Absolutely not. Wow. Amazing. I should take these two down here. We really don't have a lot of space to expand. Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. We can heal up as we siege. Can I make it go by faster? Nope. Too bad. I guess I'll do stone walls there. Oh, hold up. We should actually be... Well, I mean, stone walls, yeah, we can do that, but we also got to get a teleporter. And then around here, I gotta figure out... So ice, we are nowhere near ice. Conduit or research. Okay. Summoning. That would be nice. Let's see what we can do here. A good spot would be right here and right here. Oh wow, yeah, both spots are really good. So we can do that. And right here, we can do this guy. And then we surround it. Transmutation circle. We should definitely grab this guy. Although I don't know where to put him. I guess right here. Oh shoot, we have a couple of options. I think Tranquility Pool is always a good one. We're gonna go with that. Aw, dang it. Seriously? Dang. What do I need? Tranquility Pool, of course. I need 2 of them. Maybe. Really just 1. And then for hyper awareness, I would need 2 focus crystals. Huh. Okay. Whatever. Nice. Ruh-roh. This guy is tier 3. Interesting. Oh look, he's perfectly fine. How nice. Good on you. So let's get these guys to defend. The spire. And then I guess this guy can go help out. Yeah, let's do spire. Might as well just stock out one place over the others. For right now. Let's do another summoning well, I guess. Oh wow, there's some good spots. Oh dang. I want to think about that. We're gonna do the stone walls first. Gold touched. Very good. Oh dear. Sunderer is a nice one. The lick is also kind of alright. Chaos Adept I could use. What do my other guys have? Hold on. So that guy, or oh. Okay, so that guy has Materium. What about this guy? Oh, he has nothing. I see. We're gonna get quickening. We're gonna get quickening after that. But getting a little bit more healing on friendly territory is definitely really strong. All right. A treaty went extinct. Wow. Why did I have a treaty with that guy? What's a good corner here? This looks like a good corner. I could do right here. I guess I will. And we could do the Astral Dew. That's a good one. Although Focus Crystals is definitely needed right now. I think I'll do that. Dear God, that's finally done. Jeez Louise, we were waiting forever. Let's do this. We're taking you down, punk. Oh, hold up. Give me a moment. Now you're going down, punk. We gonna win. Aw, frick yeah. Aw, frick, mate. She, mate. Are we there? Are we there yet? I'm sorry. These guys are clearly not set up correctly to fight me back. They're going to lose. There is no processing time. We win immediately. Okay? We win no matter what. Everything costs quite a bit. Noticeably. So, we're gonna struggle a tad bit on my income here. Just given the fact that we're gonna be over my limits on cities. Although I could do something to compensate for that, realistically. Oh dang, we are fleshing out. That guy is very defensible. Nobody's clapping those cheeks anytime soon. Formidable cheeks. Engaged. Oh wow, look at that. How did I... Oh, that's right. We just got... We're now buddy-buddy with that frickin' homosexual. Okay, cool. Yeah, good work, guys. Okay, let's do a wisp familiar. Or should we do something else? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh my. A spell amplification? Maybe that's good. This reduces the chance that your units die. I do like that. Arcane strength, though. We gotta do that. Reduces the status resistance. What is this guy? Blink might be the best one for him. Holy Retribution is also pretty nice. Let's do Blink. And then let's go down here. Let's make sure that we get some... Ooh. Ooh, shoot. There's a lot of options. Boon stealing's really good. I need to grab one of these guys. Of course, I don't have the money. A food shortage? Your mother had a shortage. After I was done with her, she made. I guess we can do transmutation. Oh, hold up. Let's actually do the summoning well. I believe that's a better idea. I do believe. Aw, frick, son. Aw, frick. Let's do this. I don't know where we would do it, though. Is this a good spot? Oh, shoot. Not really. Where is a good spot? Uh-oh. That's, yeah, that's pretty trash. Is this better? Rutro Pinocchio. Out of options. Just like my wife. I guess we're gonna do it there. Got nothing else better happening. So screw my life. Here we are. Dang. Give it over. Oh, nice. You gotta love it. Oh my gosh, we can't afford anything. Holy. Ah, frick. That is unfortunate. Yeah, we're gonna have to hold off. However, the good news is we can do this right here. We can get ourselves a couple of spiffy helmets. Actually, hold up. We already have, shoot, what is it? Star blades, correct? Or do we not? We do not. I believe we do not. So let's go do that. Let's get myself a mask. Hyper awareness, why not? And what do we do? What's the most important? Resistance or defense? For this one, let's do status resistance. I think that's a better one. Nice. Look at all the healing we need to do. My gosh. Emotional healing. For real. Look at this freaking dude just show up. What are you doing? Why are you attacking me? What did I do to you? Huh? She, man, my people, we was looking for some opportunity. We're just trying to pillage you peacefully. Come on, man. She, man. This is bigotry. We was kings and she. We was kings. Come on, man. What's a good one here? I'm kind of thinking Mirror Veil. Yes. Perhaps. Let's do that.
The ability to conjure an exact likeness of one's own body in its presence.
Indeed. I guess we do fighting, right? Or sentinel. Let's do that. A resistant mask. Sounds like the very thing that my wife keeps on telling me to put on my freaking, well, you know. Sweet. Let me see how tanky these guys are now. Oh, nice. 7-7. Yeah, that's pretty good. What about my heroes? They're lacking largely. Well, not too much, but okay. So one of them defense and some of the others resistance. Okay. I guess I can grab myself a Chaos Adept. I don't really know what we're gonna... What? He's not of my race? Bruh. They're always of my race. What a joke. What a freaking joke. Alright, well, I guess he's gonna go be Frodo Baggins for a little while. Journey, my son. Journey across the 9 realms, the 9 leagues, and the 9 seafront Appalachian stores. Appalachian stores on the seafront shore. See, man. Go forth, my brother. Go run around and stuff. See you later. And screw yourself at the same time, by the way. I can make him pissed off. Okay. We're getting pretty close. It looks like we can take a little bit more territory here. Like, Grotheim. Actually, he's already being attacked by somebody else. Oh. I see. Good luck. I was gonna go take Druin and Otro. What is this guy doing? Oh my gosh. Douche nozzle. Alright. So it looks like we're healed up here. And we should go attack somebody. This guy's gonna be converting next turn. We got the summoning well. Very good. Yeah, good luck to this guy. You're gonna die. It's over for you. You're not of my race. Get the frick out. And I don't mean it kindly. Well, I guess let's go to war with this guy. We can turn him into my vassal. Get over here, brother. Oh, shoot. Look at that. Oh, dang. We gotta take that. Let's do that. Oh, my. Where? Wait, what? Excuse me. Oh, that's annoying. So I can't take it? Man. For real. End it all. Absolutely end it all. It's over. We gotta go home. It's so freaking over right now. It's not even funny. Well, there's a lot that we can do here. Let's get ourselves a Spelljammer. It's about time. This guy can be applied to both. Might as well do it. We also want to do the resonance field. And I guess this guy will apply to both. So those are a good start. Yeah, he's reached maximum for a while. I hope he figures it out. Oh no, the Starvation takes my people away. It's kind of stupid though. It's 58 out of 30. How am I losing territory? For real. So which of these? Oh, yeah. We gotta get quickening. Alignment change. Uh-huh. Alright. Is that it? I don't know. Does not look like it. Alright, it appears that they are attacking me. Let's freaking take them. It looks pretty easy to me. Ah, shoot. That sucks. All right. Well, that's too bad. I hope I didn't lose any territory. All right, let's go over here and do a siege. Oh, hold up. We could actually do this right here. Let's make sure that we grab this guy. Can I afford you? Good. Alright, so that's gonna be way easier. Five turns, got it. I want to get that mirror veil, for sure. We're gonna grab that. Alright, so what's a good place to settle down here? I guess we'll just let's do Ballista for now. I want to think about that. And it looks like we should do Spelljammer somewhere here. This is out of the way, so I would do it there. And then let's get Resonance Field. We're gonna place it. Uh-oh. What's a good spot? Yeah, we're gonna do it there. And then do we have anything else that I should be looking at? 30, 25, 20, 25. Okay, so this is a good spot. Alright, I think that's pretty much all we need to do, really. I guess we could try to... try to mess with this. We can get ourselves Astral Dew. There you go. Yeah, this guy could effectively do whatever he wants. Doesn't really matter too much. Pendant should be defending me again. Oh, he's already defending me. Freak, man. We're back. Holy crap. That was taking forever. That round was passing like freaking molasses, my friend. Like molasses. And my freaking glasses? Huh. Yeah, that's not working. No. That's not working. No. Yeah, that's definitely a problem. Yeah, we're not gonna say that. Nope. I gotta figure out something better than that. That was pretty trash. Holy crap. Your mom's sis. Yeah, that's better. Frick, that was good. That was good stuff right there. Oh. Dang. Yeah, you're not recovering after that one. That did it in right there. You know, sometimes you think to yourself, I'm gonna make it through. After something like that, it's over. And you know it's over. We all know it's over. Dang. That was a good one right there. I totally recovered it. Wow. That was intense stuff. You know, sometimes people question, like, is he gonna make it through? Does he have what it takes? Oh, I've got what it takes. Biatch. We're back. We're freaking back. You're not gonna win. Not this time. You know who wins? I do. That's exactly who wins at every moment of the day. That's what we're talking about. PP inside of the JJ, that kind of freaking power. Absolute power. Cannot be stopped, no matter what. not even God would decide to cease the activity of this PP into vajayjay. That kind of power. That's what we're talking about here. He says, no, step aside. Let it happen. And then pure eminence occurs. That's what we're talking about here. This is the vanquishment of the angels. The ruling of heaven. The procurement of these loins. That's what we're talking about. Endless conquering of specifically females. All right. I guess we're going to do a monolith, and we're getting close on the Cosmoflux. That's pretty nice. Oh, look at that. How about now? Oh, shoot. We're going to get the Mirror Veil very soon. That's a good one. All right, we are back. Let's see here. So what, the invasion will take longer to get to me. Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna have to get over there. That's for sure. We can also get disruption, wave. That's a very good one to have, especially for this upcoming fight. It's going to be a little bit difficult going up against these guys. Mirror Veil is huge. A lot of damage is dealt to my units, so I'm pretty happy with that. Alright. I'm hoping we're not going to... Oh, we lost the teleporter. Oh. Well, that sucks. Oh, dude, it's gonna lose all of the territory. Oh, frick. Okay. Well, I mean, then that means don't even grow it out, right? It doesn't matter. Oh man, that's so unfortunate. Yeah, might as well just let it go then. Dang, that sucks. That really does blow. Alright. You know, I've never actually taken a city that has excess population. After all this time playing this game, I've never experienced it. Until now. The variables are endless, I must say. Alright. Okay, interesting. You know what? That is the last thing I wanted to get. Yeah, we gotta do that. Let's go get it. Alright, so this dude. Let's go take from him the altar. There you go. And that is the last thing that we need. Right here. So we're gonna actually abort that. Like my wife does to my fetus every day. Every freaking day. I keep trying. She keeps on just declined. Declined. Every time. Oh, we can take it back. Wow. Thank you, game. Thank you. I'm so glad that we can just take it back. Thank you. Thank you very much. How nice of you. Well then. All right. Well, here, let's do a quick save, I guess. Progression. Nothing I care for here. I think that's it. Yeah, we're still waiting for everything else. Yeah, we're good there. All right. We're freaking back. Bro, that was taking forever. Jeez Louise. Let's just rush this biatch. Next turn, the altar's gonna be done. And that means we can turn the dude into a freaking... We can turn relic. Let me see. One turn? Uh-oh. That might be bad. We'll see what happens. I hope we don't lose the teleporter again. That would suck. Yeah, we're gonna see what happens. A little bit worrying. What the frick? Alright, so province claiming. Why not? Who cares? Might as well do it. A war party. Awesome. I will meet you in combat on the battlefields. Freaking fight me, biatch. You won't. Alright, let's see what happens. So, we got disruption wave. Okay. Let's see what else is going on here. Yeah. We gotta do the altar. Where are we gonna place it? I think right here is a good spot. Let's do that. And we're gonna do it here as well. I guess we'll do, yeah, we'll do it right here. Yeah, let's do that. And then there's this too. Oh no. Oh, we already did it for this. Well, should we, let's do a spelljammer too, huh? Very good. Done. Alright, let's set that production. If we need to, I don't know. And we will release this biatch. Just like I release upon my own biatch. Alright. So we got a Chaos Eater. Pretty cool. Who are these guys? Looks like a defensive army. Alright, we're gonna place 3 more dudes. And that's pretty much it. Oh, they don't like me. That's not good. Why is that? What's the issue? Huh. I see. Alright, we're gonna make sure that we do a lot of good units here. So what is that? That's 3. That's 5. Ah, shoot, it's too expensive. Let's do pendant. And we will wait a turn. Whoops. I was muted. Anyways, how's it going, guys? We're back. We're back. Let's have at it. Alright. So we are busy with quite a bit here. Dark and vigor, yes. Let's just go. Yeah, we're done with this turn. Nothing else to do. Let's go. Whoops. Okay, we're back. We had to give some gold over to the Cthulhu dudes in the Umbral Abyss. So I guess in case it wasn't heard the first time that I talked about it, they're coming out with another expansion pass for this game, and it's actually going to be in a month from now that it's going to be coming out. So I find it interesting. We're going to see how that goes. What's a good choice here? Meteor arrows. I could see that. However, disrupting blades is probably the best one to do, though. It's a really good defensive buff. Yo, I am never getting any more chaos, nature affinity, any of them. It's never happening. Alright, let's keep going. Let's move fast. You know, I've said this in the past with this game. Going through the rounds takes too long. Once you get into the late game like this one. Oh no. Where's my army? Oh shoot. They're far away. It's not good. Okay, well, we can take these guys. That's pretty nice. They're starving the province of Ralik. Well, the good news is that Ralik is actually a city that I'm not too concerned for. I mean, I want to keep it. I don't want to lose it. But it is not the core of my civilization here. Of course, they get rid of the teleporter again. Whatever. Happens. Alright, so we're going to be getting Otro, or Otro. Oh nice, we got this mask for that guy. And we're just gonna be passing it around. Ah, shoot. Oh no, I don't have the tranquility pool. I'm guessing because this guy's getting attacked. Not good. Okay, we're back. I initially was going to pause and jump cut, but gonna share some of my recent thoughts here. So here's what's happened many times as we've spoken about a lot of these topics here, right? Because we've had a lot of Age of Wonders playthroughs, and we've had a lot of conversations as we go through them. Well, I guess this is going to be a different vein in a similar conversation that we've had. I think you see what is happening right now. I think you see what's happening in places like the EU, in places like America. These are dead countries, and they're not being defended by anybody. You know, you have these leftist cuckolds who sit there and they make up excuses for why you should allow, because of humanitarianism, because don't be a bigot. Allow your country to die. Allow it. Allow your country to die. Allow a bunch of people to invade your borders. Allow people who do not have a racial ancestry in your country. Allow them to settle their racial ancestry in your country. The dangers of multiculturalism many people have overlooked for a long time. These exact dangers are becoming more and more pernicious as time goes on. Very soon enough, we're coming to understand what the outcome of multiculturalism is. And we're coming to find what the fruit and what the merit is of multiculturalism. Hold up, where's the freaking stream? Bro, We're supposed to be live right now. Well, we are live. It wasn't showing. Okay, we're good. Nice. Nice. At least I think. What the frick? Okay. I think we're good now. What the heck? Okay, we're good. Thank God. So anyways, I'm watching what's happening. I'm seeing what's happening. And I'm like... And again, you have these leftist cocks. They think that it's morally and intellectually enlightened of you to just look the other way. Don't even think about it. Your country's being invaded. Well, a foolish man, a haughty man, a man who is ahead of himself, a man who is rather vain, he would sit there and call out the problem for what it is. You can't love a country that you sacrifice, and you can't love a country that you shift the identity thereof. America is not a Hispanic country. America is not a black country. America is not a Muslim country. America is an Anglo-Saxon Christian nation. That is America. What do you think many factions are trying to do right now to America? Happening in the EU, by the way. It's happening big time in the EU. The EU is being ravaged whole. But just look at America and look at what's happening to America. If Americans do nothing, you won't have a country. You won't have a future. And it will simply all be in ruin. That's what you're signing up for. That's what you are permitting. This is a simple truth of the reality. These are Satanists. Multiculturalists are Satanists. Do not forget this. But these are Satanists. This is a spiritual war, a spiritual battle that's being waged. And they will stop at nothing until they destroy what you have that is good and create what is evil, what is not good. Understand that when you bring in these other demographics to your country, Anglo-Saxon country, they commit a lot of crime. Very often. This is the problem that follows. The Anglo-Saxons, when they embrace melanated diversity, this is what happens. What has now happened, you have your own foes, your own enemies, they now share your borders with you. That's effectively what is and what has happened. Sadly enough. So now you have a lot of clowns who will sit there and they will speak as if they speak for Americans, but they are not American. That includes all of the diversity that is claiming your nationality, but this also incorporates the men of your own line who are deciding to throw away your country to the modern day pro-social barbarians. That's the problem that we see now. This is haunting many countries, especially America right now. And of course, the EU. And this is where the reality falls into frame, that we need a global segregation. Blacks need to stay in black countries. Muslims need to stay in Muslim countries. Anglo-Saxons need to stay in Anglo-Saxon countries. Asians in Asian countries. Even though, let's just face it, Asians, they don't commit a terrible amount of crime. They still shouldn't be doing illegal immigration or anything like that, but you know. If you look at crime statistics, the populations that do the least crime are always the white and oftentimes also Asian countries. So Japanese, Chinese, go down the list, they typically commit a lot less crime. Now, you still shouldn't be walking into someone's country, but it's not as problematic when higher quality people are storming into your country. Okay, it's a different story. But when we're looking at low quality individuals storming into countries from Latin American countries and whatnot, that's where you really have the problem. More than it already is. Here's the reality: a lot of people are sick and tired of sharing their country with the other backgrounds, the other races. They're fed up with it. You're seeing a lot of problems because of this. You know? So, you know, I don't like to in some weird way, I don't like to give too much credence to the issue. However, as the issue exists, it must be spoken about, and it must be spoken against. You have many ravenous libtards who wish to sit there and make arguments for diversity, multiculturalism, the whole thing. Meanwhile, they're selling your society, they're selling your country down the drain. And you have one political side that's doing everything in their power to keep people from talking about this problem. They would rather it and prefer to justify it as so that you say nothing, think nothing, and abide by this disaster, this tragedy that they are befalling you. So anywho, that's pretty much all. And this is what's so important about what we see, about what is going on at the moment. We've got a lot of legitimate problems that many people in their mental illness, which of course, what is mental illness? It is mental sabotage. That is the reality of what we're seeing here. Without a doubt, I have my concerns because I know for an absolute fact, the longer this goes, the much more real that the death of a civilization is on its way. It's the more real that the end of America is within the scopes at the moment. America is not going to be a country for much longer. The left would, of course, prefer it that way. And you know what? It's just enough. These moronic conversations talking about how a country is racist and talking about how dare you this and how dare you that. This is a civilization of bigots, and the bigots, they simply should not be allowed to persist, right? That kind of conversation or whatever. So let's transform an entire country. Slavery was so wrong and evil, we've got to do away with the entire fabric now of specifically America. Even though they do apply it at times to the EU as well, specifically Britain, whatever. This is the truth of civilization. You take it for what it's worth. You take it for its good. You take it for its bad. Or whatever it's bad. Okay. See, this is the issue. When you moralize an issue, who are you moralizing it for? Because actually, slavery was a good thing. For many reasons, for many people. But now we want to change and rewrite history and say that it was this mortal sin. How dare we have done it? Because why? What is the modern day religion? Egalitarianism. Okay. So we understand that the egalitarians, they have a big issue with the whole reality of slavery. So it's like, okay, I guess we need to completely do away with slavery. Okay. What do you have after that? Genuine question. Actually think about it. Don't make up a freaking fantasy in your mind. What happens? Yeah, now we know. Now we know what happens. On top of this, who are you moralizing for? That's the question. If you're going to moralize for your own nation, your own country, then you will look at the matter of fact during those times in which slavery was used all across the world, and you will understand that this is the way the world was by necessity. It had to be that way. It's not for argument or debate. Simply, it had to be that way. That is the way that civilization had to be. Especially given the economy. And it's just an IQ. By the way, it's an IQ test. If you can't come down to why slavery was a good thing, you're a freaking moron. It's that simple. You're not very bright. You're not very smart if you cannot justify slavery. It was the necessity of their time, of the world's time. Economies were not developed. They were not prosperous. They were not technological as we now know civilizations to be. So, you had to find a way to get effective labor within the parameters, of course, of the issues pertaining to citizenship. You can't just give someone citizenship because they're working within your country. And also, it's natural that civilizations enter conflict. And it makes sense that when you conquer another civilization, you use their people to bolster your economy. It's not right. It's not wrong. It's what it is. It is a matter that is beyond good and evil. You don't moralize it and say, how dare you, how wrong, oh, evil, blah, 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 all this nonsense. No, you just understand it for what it is and you move on. What happened is that a bunch of innovative white people went out of their way and they did a bunch of melanated people a great favor, which was they made a bunch of inventions. Multiple inventions that everyone, including the melanin races, are using today. Airplanes, engines, the industrial age, all these things. White people made practice of nobilizing or ennobling the world. That's what happened. To even claim, or it doesn't matter, claim it all you want, you're freaking retard, but to obsess and to even state that a civilization that is clearly better than you and your civilization, to sit there and complain about it, to sit there and to lambaste it, to sit there and act like that you have a foot to stand upon, to sit there and say, racist this and unacceptable that and humanitarian moral issue this and that. Just shut up. You have no business. And the second that you start speaking that way, what you deserve is to get deported. You should be immediately deported for sitting there and wanting to obsess about vilifying your country for its developmental necessity. Here's the reality for freaking libtards. Start history all over again and do it many times over. Just do it. Start civilization over again and again. And guess what? You're always going to have wars. Some good ones, some bad ones. And you're always going to have slavery. It's not a mistake. It's not an error. It is a part of the human package. That's what it is. So again, you accept it for what it is and you move on. But you know, this is the reality, is that it's ridiculous how many minorities you have out there and they take it all for granted what they're being given. You're being granted someone else's country. They're just handing it over to you. Currently, they're actually getting grafted out their freaking butthole by their government to support you. And you're going to talk about their country's history. No. And here's the reality. America is a great country. And also, once upon a time, the EU, a lot of EU countries were also pretty great as well. For a long time, these civilizations were simply great. And it is a part of their greatness that they had the capacity to enslave at massive volume. Good job. Good job, old America, old Britain, old EU. Good job. It's not how dare you, bad job, oh, naughty, naughty, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Who freaking cares? This is the reality that these low IQ idiots cannot come to terms with. If you didn't have slavery, you would not have the civilization that you are so privileged by today. You wouldn't have it. And of course, if you got your way, well, I have such an issue with this morally, and I would rather that we never have slavery, even if it means that we would never have the iPhone or anything else like quantum computations and physics. I would far prefer that. Okay, well, you would be living in a society that nobody else, you want to live in that society, that moralist society. Okay, good for you. Nobody else wants to live in that society. That's the reality. So good job. Okay, good. Stand on your little moral issue. Slavery is wrong and evil, and I would never support it, even if it means I wouldn't have an iPhone. Okay. Well, go ahead. Go live in that country then. I mean, you can still do it today, by the way. But okay, whatever, fine. Let's not do it today. If we go back in time, you will create a civilization that nobody wants to be a part of, that nobody wants to live inside of, and quite frankly, it's inferior to all other civilizations. So what's going to happen? Someone else is going to do it. In fact, they're probably going to enslave you because you're living in an inferior country. You're going to end up being the slave, and they're going to build their economy through their people, but not specifically you. You're not building it. You're a part of the workforce. That's it, though. You are not the titular moving character that because of you, we're going to have computers. We're going to have the iPhone. We're going to have the internet and all these other things, right? These things would not exist without the people of a civilization that is just quite frankly, it's better. Someone else was going to do it. Doesn't matter what you think, doesn't matter what you say. And ultimately, you want to live within a civilization, a society that nobody else wants to be a part of. Including people who virtue signal and stand and lock arms with you saying, yeah, this is evil and wrong and how dare you. Yeah, the second you take away their iPhone, they're like, okay, bigot, I'm coming back into your country, whatever. Or I'm still going to complain, but I still want to be a part of your society, whatever it is. They'll find a way to cope with it, as they always do, as a leftist always operates. See, man, that is the truth to it all. That so many people, they want to dance around it. They want to be like, oh, slavery this and slavery that. And thank God that we're just such great humanitarians that we did away with slavery. Thank God that we're so enlightened. Thank God. It's like, yeah, you did that. And guess what happened? Now we have Ebonics. Now we have a crappy rap culture. I mean, whatever. I mean, you know, because what they want is that their belief is not just a simple fact that you free the slaves. Their idea is to integrate with the slaves as well. The reason why so many people flagellate themselves, white people, but you know, and all the other races do their own freaking dog crap around this when they can benefit from it. The blacks, of course, they hustle, they race hustle like no one else. But of course, This sentiment that comes from flagellating yourself morally about this issue, this comes from the position to which you are obsessed and you are possessed with egalitarian politics. Or specifically speaking, egalitarianism is the head of the household. However, of course, specifically what we mean is that you are obsessed with the variant of egalitarianism, which is multiculturalism. And because you're such a raging multiculturalist, you whip yourself daily. Somehow you're not ashamed of yourself that you're such a freaking cuck. You're whipping yourself daily over this freaking trash. Like a freaking peasant. Grow up. The frick are you doing? But okay. Anyway. But the reality of the matter is that it was a good thing in the end. And it's not so much that slavery needed to happen, but it had to happen. Absolutely. And you know what? Let's just face it. What I just said right there doesn't even matter. Like, actually, that's actually complicating it. Yeah, it just was. It had to happen. It was natural, a natural development of civilization. And that's it. That's the end of the conversation. This is the other truth, though, the actual more implicit truth, rather than saying need or had to happen, whatever. It doesn't matter. The reality is that slavery occurring, whatever, was the only way it could have happened or ever have gone. That's the far more underlying reality to it all. You have these clowns who want to beat other people over the head about these moralist issues and moralist politics, talking about how wrong and evil and bent backwards, twisted that these things are. And they're such fools, misunderstanding the fact and the reality and the necessity of that outcome and of that reality itself. They believe themselves so intellectually enlightened, superior, that they could even have the audacity to question slavery in the first place, acting as if that they even have the authority to speak against slavery in the first place. But look at yourself. You are in no position to question your forefathers and to question every great decision that culminated the greatness and the success of your forefathers. You are in no position as some sort of haughty child to question your ennobled, superior forefathers. They're better than you. They made all of the right decisions, far greater than you. The reality is that you're not in the position to question the men who came before you. You're not in the position. So what does it mean? Do you just shut up? Yes, you just shut up. Stop crying to people. Stop talking about, my bigotry this, my bigotry that. No one cares. Nobody cares. And quite frankly, again, the way that you're speaking just creates a civilization that nobody wants to be a part of. And once you have that, you will ultimately have absolutely nothing. I mean, seriously, you got to think about it. Think about it. It's insane. This is intergenerational bigotry, is what we're seeing. You have these child generations, adult children who are nothing compared to their forefathers. And they're going to sit there and act like they have any business to question, to moralize, to correct their forefathers. You want to talk about the frickin' bigotry? That's it right there. There's no greater bigotry than to sit there and act like when you're inferior to your forefathers, you're just going to act like you're wiser than them, that you think better than them, that you make all the right decisions compared to them. Despite how much information that you have and how much information you know, you're ultimately lesser than them. And to not accept that, to not comprehend that, reveals your own insufficiencies, your own detriments, nobody else's. These are fake revolutionaries. They always have been. You know, a bunch of them are obsessed with the idea that, well, we are revolutionaries, that we lost our moment in time. Right? Like, if only I was there for the civil rights. Yeah, you're assuming that the civil rights was good. You're assuming that it ever had an actual outcome that was of any good for anybody. No. Like, the thing is that you didn't miss out on the single greatest change of your time, right? It's like, oh, if only I was there. No. What it is that you missed out on that one moment in time where a great deceit and a great lie took place. So, yes, one of the grandest deceptions of history, you have, so by happenstance, as it happens to go, you missed out on your time to join in on the grand deception. That's it. That's all that happened. Ultimately, it was all a great lie that meant absolutely nothing. Again, from this great diversity, multicultural transformation of civilization, what are the net positives? What are the net products or outcomes, or what do you have to show for all of it, truly? Well, we now know. Absolutely nothing. You have nothing to show for it. In fact, we have come to realize that by embracing multiculturalism, we actually have net negatives for everything. Everything. I don't even want to talk about it. Honestly, it's so disgusting. Let's just say it costs people of these countries, it costs them billions of dollars. And I mean hundreds of the numbers I last knew of, and it's definitely greater now. I mean, these numbers are like, I think 5 or 6 years old now. Last time I was looking at the numbers, $161 billion go towards certain groups that we're told are just really productive. $161 billion taxpayer dollars coming from people who are actually of some quality in their population, who actually belong in their population. That is how much of their money at that time was going towards the groups that are just supposed to be so great for your society. Super great. Just keep on giving them more money. They'll become even greater. Super greater. It is a grand deception. Oh, I'm sorry. By the way, then we got the other groups where we've thrown freaking trillions of dollars, right? Lyndon B. Johnson with the welfare state. What was it? It was $3 trillion, as I remember, or it was 2 or 3 trillion. Again, it's been a while since I've looked at those numbers, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. But, you know, we have thrown trillions of dollars, billions of dollars over the years, within 1 year. We throw money after money from actual citizens who have a deserved place in their society. We keep on throwing their money away, and we just keep on handing it over to a bunch of people who never make anything out of it. They never turn a product. They never turn a positive gain. You know, a surplus, abundance, income, whatever. That's what we see have happen. I mean, let's just face it, or let's just admit it. Right now, every bit of labor from our forefathers is being pillaged day after day. Because this is on multiple layers that this problem's going through, that we see occurring here. But the ultimate reality is that we've been throwing away money like this, like freaking clowns, for a very long time. And we keep on disguising it as humanitarian crisis and humanitarian bleeding out of the hearts. Oh yeah. Yeah, you are bleeding. Nothing else is being achieved. And you've got absolutely nothing to show for it. So back to what I was saying, you know, like when it came down to it, obviously, there's no reason that slavery shouldn't have happened. However, the worst thing that never got to happen was sending them back. Once the economy had been changed, improved, and once we were entering the industrial age and we were getting through that into the more modernized ages that we know, it was increasingly necessary that, of course, Oh wow, that's a lot. It was necessary that we send them back. And that was the biggest issue that ever occurred, was the fact that we never sent back the slaves. So the reality is that what we are witnessing is the slow death of a civilization. So when you look at something like America, it's just going to kill itself at this point. That is the state of the country. It is on its way to self-detonate, and that is it. Again, because of this emphasis on multiculturalism and this multicultural sentiment, you have a population of people who are throwing away their country. And they're justifying themselves to throw away their country. They've moralized their own death. That's what's happened. So now it's just a matter of time. When is it that the hemlock, the poison, the corrosion, when is it really gonna seep through and take place? At its fullest, when is that going to happen? That is the question. And right now, that is the greatest problem that we are currently facing, that we are currently, you could say, experiencing or just undergoing, whatever. Some form of developmental process that we're living through that is gradual, and quite frankly, it just gets worse year after year, you know? So, again, you wouldn't have issues like Ebonics, which is an absolute stain on your civilization when you embrace or you tolerate culturally something like Ebonics. I mean, that is one of the greatest offenses and insults of a nation is when you have a group of so-called citizens bastardizing and tearing apart your language. It's like, well, you know, it's really wrong and bigoted. Don't forget bigoted. It's really wrong and bigoted to speak correctly. So we should just stop. We should not be speaking correctly, and we should just instead be speaking like a bunch of clowns. Okay, so then that's what we do. And then, yeah, of course, then after that, you have rap culture, and you have this moronic thug culture where you popularize minorities, that it's really cool if you're a criminal. And that it makes you, you're ascending your reality by being a criminal, right? Freaking third world mindset kind of crap. And by the way, what follows with this freaking trash is trash in civilization, right? It looks dirtier. There's a bunch of freaking mess sitting around everywhere. People leave around freaking clothing that has a bunch of pee inside of it. All kinds of freaking weird. Public society turns into the freaking toilet, into the public restroom. Trash is littered everywhere. So basically, your streets are a dumpster and all these other problems that you start to see. And that is what embracing these other groups and demographics, that's what it does. Why does it make them more of a man? Nobody knows. Because they never want to live in their own country where they're making a muck of everything. They don't want to do that. They want to go to where everyone isn't making a muck of everything, where people are cleanly and organized. They want to go to those countries and ruin it, defile it, despoil it. And why? Because of excuses. That's why. Because of their excuses. There's no other reason. You know, I felt like it. You don't get it. The bigotry and stuff, brother. Okay. And then you have these retard clowns who sit there and they have the gall to tell you that you need to accept the foreigner. Oh, it's just differences. It's just differences. Oh, you know, it's not happening. It's not real. All this freaking made up crap. Just trying to excuse people who are clearly different from you. And they're not bothering to abide by a better way of conduct within civilization. Within their own civilization or within yours, whichever one. So anyways, man, I've just been thinking about all of that. And you know what it is? So many people just want to act like this isn't happening, that this isn't going on. This is literally just bread and circus at this point. And that's what it is, right? The fall of Rome. Don't forget that during the fall of Rome, people were engaging in more and more bread and circus. Now, of course, we were not there. You know, like, this is something interesting about history that you need to be careful about. Never overstate the trend or the trends of history, because you never know. You know, if somebody were studying today, civilization today, if they were studying it now, they would assume that there's all kinds of trends that are just completely ubiquitous, normal, whatever, right? Some people might look back and be like, wow, everyone hated this one guy named Trump, right? Man, there's this real backlash to traditionalism and whatever else. And also just, you know, there's this huge backlash or this antithetical sentiment towards more conservationist, you could say, governmental practices, such as closing the border and other stuff. You would absolutely have people sit there and just presume, oh, well, this is what people were thinking during this time. It's like, no, that's what they wanted that's what they wanted a lot of people to think during that time. That basically, if you want to put it into historical terms, the aristocrats, or let's say the bourgeoisie, whatever. But okay, so the bourgeoisie, they just wanted everyone to believe that turn a blind eye, it's not a problem, don't think about it. And there's this one guy that's a populist figurehead, Trump. He pushed back on it because a lot of people, they didn't have a sentiment for illegal immigration or immigration in general. I mean, immigration in general is a freaking joke. Oh, let's just grab a bunch of people from another country. That's not going to be a problem. Oh, they're super skilled. Yeah, I'm sure they're super skilled. They're always super skilled. That's always the idea. And then they're always given American opportunities. They're given grants to go to your schools. Nobody wants to talk about that. They're given jobs when they don't even deserve the job, or they can't even speak the language for the job. English. Doesn't matter, apparently. But for some reason, we're acting like we can't home grow our own scientists, American scientists. We can't just do that. As if they never even did a good job in history before. For some reason, now we have to give a major preference to the foreigner who's never proven themselves, by the way. No, you can absolutely home grow your talent. You can absolutely do it. But for some reason now we just want to believe and turn a blind eye and say, it just doesn't happen. You don't home grow your talent. You should be grabbing the best people from other countries. Yeah, okay, we should be bringing a bunch of well-to-do Muslims and turn them into listen, this is what happens. You bring them into your country and they become the bourgeoisie. Or the aristocrats or the nobles, whatever. They become the top of the freaking they become the top of the I don't want to say socioeconomic ladder, but just the hierarchical ladder. 1 second. Frick. I need water. And I'm running. Well, I'm out. So screw my life. Anyway. They end up going to the top of the hierarchical ladder. This is the problem. Which then means that they're going to use their money not just to sit there and be like, hey, gee, thanks for letting me in your country. They're going to sit there and be like, you're not giving enough preference to Muslims in general, or Muslims like me. You know, if you're bringing in Muslims and you're like, let's just turn a bunch of Muslims into doctors. Okay. And how long until they start bickering about political sentiment according to their race? Because this always happens. Always. It always happens. You don't sign up for it. It's not optional. It just happens. So are you willing to, as you do this, are you willing to what you are about to do is you are about to bring in political dissidency. That is what you do through these layers of justifying multiculturalism. And ultimately, that's what happens. And they start arguing politically. And by the way, because they're the tokens of their race, right? They're the doctors. That means they're higher intelligence within their group. Everyone's going to look at them and be like, oh, you know what? They're right. More Muslims need to be in our country. And so we need to bring them all in because look at this Muslim. He's really well groomed and he's educated. And yeah, he's a doctor. Yeah, because we brought in the good ones. Are you about ready to bring in those issues upon yourself? Because this is what multiculturalism does. And for some reason, you're giving them the promotions, you're giving them the grants. And because they are diversity, let's just face it, they get a bunch of benefits that you don't get and your people, your fellow people, they don't get. They don't see that money. They don't see the grant money. How many Americans today, how many of them are getting free money from their government for a bunch of things that right now we're giving to a bunch of minority groups, legal and illegal? And we keep on saying that this is the moral decision, is let us neglect our own people who are plenty capable of many things. And in fact, they're actually the best at it when we're thinking about the EU or America. throughout history, the longest case study in all of mankind, throughout all of history, Americans and Europeans have always been the most industrious, the most creative, the most ingenious. And for some reason now we're just acting like we shouldn't be throwing all of our money possible at building up young Anglo-Saxon kids, American kids, European kids, in their countries, the respective countries, in their respective schools, and make them the best of the best that we can make, so that we have better technologies, better doctors from our own population that has always been known to have the best scientists, the best doctors. No. Let's go grab a bunch of minorities out of other countries and let's turn them into our aristocracy instead. Let's have them desire to become, political office this, political office that. Because they make sure that their intent lives on through their kids. So by the time you get around to second generation, third generation, yeah, the problem becomes more and more self-evident as time goes on. That's what we do. And by the way, I need to get water soon here, but anyway, man. This is what you do, is that you sign up for these problems. And when you sign up for these problems, they haunt you. These problems, they follow you. These problems, they become one with you. Because effectively what you're doing, you are making your bed, you are making your home with the enemy. Or just simply those who don't share enough synchronicity with yourself and your fellow people. In their culture and their ethics certainly do not align with yours. But you're just going to bring them in masse, and then what? You're just going to remain the same country? It never works out that way. It never did throughout the longest case study in history, which is what? History itself. It's never worked in Greece. It's never worked in Rome. The libtards will sit there and they'll be like, oh, well, it can happen. It can work. Well, just because it's never worked doesn't mean we can't try. It's already been tried many times. And you're acting like it's just going to happen. And you're acting like the persistent problems that follow is not going to just follow again. Well, you see, if we just embrace diversity, eventually things are just going to work out. How do you know that? How do you know that? Every single civilization, Greece, Rome, there's a couple of others, by the way, that have done this. As I remember, again, many have done this, but I'm just going to throw out this other example. As I remember, Egypt also did it. The longer they were going for, the more land that they were conquering. They were, of course, diversifying their population. And of course, they were enslaving like mad crazy. But they too started having these same problems, as I remember. But I don't know. It's been so long since I've studied all of it. It's not like I know it like the back of my hand, or with too much depth. Yeah, I couldn't say that. But that's what I remember studying at one point in time. It doesn't matter. For the overall conversation, it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters for its own self. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And you end up with a lot of problems because of it. A lot of problems that you, quite frankly, you can't walk away from. Well, I mean, you know, at one point you could, but now you can't. You don't have much of a choice anymore. Anyway, man, that's what we're seeing now. We are seeing the absolute death of a society, of a country. We are seeing the fabric of civilization be torn apart in real time. And that's where it comes back down to America, the EU right now. These are places that are being absolutely ravaged and pillaged by all of the diversity at, ad nauseum and whatnot. I mean, it's just insane what we're seeing. I mean, this is the absolute destruction of the West. It is all of it that is falling by the wayside, and right now you're seeing these countries, they're just being done away with. They're being sacrificed at the altar of egalitarianism. What do you have to show for after that? Again, who are you moralizing for? It's like, oh, thank God. Thank God you moralized yourself and your neighbor. Don't be a racist, don't be this, don't be that. Okay. Well, now you've got a bunch of minority barbarians in your country, pro-social, some of them very anti-social, doesn't matter. They're all barbarians. They're just coming in and they're just taking your stuff, and you're being stolen from as well to give to them even more stuff. Not a big deal, right? Who cares? Well, thank God you sat there and you moralized your own destruction. Thank God. Good job. So now, as you've moralized your own destruction, now we're seeing a reality in which you're not even going to have a common tongue much longer to berate your fellow citizen with. It's like, oh, well, you don't get it, you're wrong, and you're evil, and you're a bigot, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay. So I am the absolute creation of evil, or whatever, because I don't abide by your politics, your ethics. Okay. Well, soon enough, you won't even have a country to begin with. Once the ravaging is done, and once you've sacrificed everything, you've given away everything that makes up your society, that makes up your civilization, you're not even going to have a neighbor that can comprehend your language. And once that's happened, I mean, what the frick do you have, really? Realistically, what you're left with is the exact thing that your enemy was telling you to avoid. That's what happens. Basically, you live within your villain's projections. Sorry, they're projections is another word that you could use, but let's say more specifically, they're foreshadowing. You end up creating, through all this morality and moralizing each other, this, that, the other thing, you end up living in a reality into which you are now living within the foreshadowing of your ideological enemy, your ideological villain. That's what ends up happening, which means what? Your villain was ultimately correct. That's what it means. So, those evil bigots and how they were saying, we shouldn't embrace this. We shouldn't embrace that. We shouldn't embrace all these things, because what we become, once we do that, we're going to have all of these problems. It's like, well, you're a bigot and you're evil and you're all these other words for saying that. How dare you? It's like, okay. And now, skip ahead a little bit of time. Now, if something bad happens, you're either not going to say anything because you're not allowed or whatever else, or again, because you moralized it, because you would be sinning against your modern day religion, you're not going to say anything about it when something bad happens from a very specific individual of the background of the group that you were making excuses for. And there's a bunch of other problems that happen that is tied to these groups, that is tied to multiculturalism. And when these problems arise, the people that are left for you to moralize to, they're not going to understand your language. You're not going to share a common dialect, a common sense of common sense. You're not going to share the same ethics. You're not going to share the same customs, the same mannerisms. You will have very little in common, and in fact, what will happen is you will be compromised, and you will have to compromise yourself. That's what happens. You will have to compromise yourself in the end for the foreigner that you made so many moralist assertions, therefore. It's like, well, you don't get it, this about them and that about them. They need this and they need that. And we have to abide by them in this and that and the other ways. Okay. Well, now you don't have a country. Well, now you don't have a people. Now your society has now been taken from you. Now you don't have a voice. Now, if good or bad happens, you could try moralizing people still. Oh, but that's right. There's no one left to listen to you. You removed the very people who were left to listen to you, and now you have absolutely nothing. That's what happens. And that is done all in the pursuit of appearing morally correct. And that's the issue with moral correctness, right? Political correctness is that ultimately you will live in a reality of existential injustice and incorrectness. That's where it leads to. But of course, you're too stupid and you are too short-sighted to see it for what it is, as it's been proven time and time again. It only takes gross negligence to not see this. Gross negligence, gross incompetence. Well, incompetence is kind of more of a debatable phrase right there, but if it's not incompetence, then it takes gross negligence, it takes immense stupidity, and also it takes a whole lot of intentional evil or malice. Whichever one. So anyways, those are the problems that right now we're seeing today. And, you know, I've been looking at this and I'm just like, this cannot go that much longer. That's what I see when I look at this. This cannot go for much longer. The longer this goes for, the more disaster, the more fallout we're going to experience. And in fact, the more hellacious the outcome will be. That is absolutely what we will see with all of this. So again, I mean, that's the question. Do you want to have a country? Do you want to have a society that's left standing? Or do you want to throw it all away? Which one do you want? You can't pick and choose. Again, it amazes me how tokens are always utilized to make excuse for those who are not the token. Right? Tokenized individuals are always the exception. And for some reason, there's this obsession with the exception. For some reason. It's like, it's like, well, there's this one individual and they're a token to their people and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, they're a token to their people. And you know what the majority of their people are like? Do you know? Oh, okay, so because one person's a token, we're just going to sacrifice everything and we're going to bring in the rest of them. And then when we bring in the rest of them, it doesn't even matter if the token's family is what we are considering as the rest of them, right? It doesn't matter because there's one token. We're just going to start bringing in the entourage. And that's what we do. No, I mean, the ultimate reality is stop it. And quite frankly, Americans and Europeans, they're getting fed up with it. And they're getting fed up with sharing their country. They're getting fed up with it. And quite frankly, it's just enough for them. They don't want to be sharing their country any longer. And that's what they're doing. And you're sharing your country to such an extent that you are sacrificing your country, that eventually you're not only compromising it, but you are bastardizing it and you are defiling it in real time. You are deconstructing it to the absolute utmost level. Again, no level of bread and circus is going to save you from this problem. And again, before Rome ultimately fell, and it fell into obscurity and it was taken over by the barbarian tribes from the north. You know, before that happened, everybody was just acting like it was another day in Rome. For the most part. Obviously, you had your alarmists. You had the people who sat there and they were probably calling it out daily. Or trying to, if they were allowed. Clearly, you had a lot of problems during that time. And clearly, there was a lot of individuals who were concerned about it. And they were all trying to probably debate about it. Well, obviously, but, you know, like, Clearly, there was probably multiple factions, multiple sentiments, but ultimately everybody was so possessed by their bread and circus that everyone just started looking past it no matter what. But in the end, Rome did fall. And Greece, of course, also fell. All of these civilizations, they fall. You cannot remain sovereign for long. When you turn a blind eye to the malicious impractice of your governance, it doesn't work. One more time. You cannot remain sovereign for long when you choose to turn a blind eye to your malicious impractice of governance. And give me a second on that. All right. We are back. I had to step away for a moment, but we're here. Yeah, anyway. So, we're trying to take Drew in, I believe. And I guess we'll just spam all this stuff here. It doesn't really matter what the cost is because, we're kind of rolling in the dough at this point. Sort of. Alright, that's good. And we got Flame Burst, which is a pretty good upgrade there. So anyways, man, I have my concerns about where things are headed because as I look at it, it is noticeable that the problems are only growing, and we are effectively at a point in our developmental cycle when we look at civilization and whatnot. You can tell that a lot of things are corroding in real time. And a lot of people are acting like there's no big deal. This isn't going to lead into anything. This isn't going to just tear everything apart. And by the way, this is another thing to mention here because everybody wants to overlook this part. Once you bring in the foreigner, their problems become your problems. What do I mean by this? Let's say, for instance, you bring in to an Anglo-Saxon country, you bring in a bunch of Indian dudes, and they all want to bang your white women. Specifically, they really like the white blonde women. Okay. Well, if the beautiful Bobs and Vagine white women are not selecting for Indian guy that shows up and he's like, "Hi there, I am American now and I want your white women because I'm here." It's like, okay, cool. Not so cool actually, but cool. Okay. Well, if they start having troubles getting the Bobs and Vagine white women, then their despair of not being able to achieve and acquire these women, that starts to be your problem as well. So now their despair has now become your collective despair, right? So when we start talking about political issues, it's like, well, a lot of young men, they're having a lot of issues, and a lot of young men, they're having a lot of despair about X, Y, Z, go down the list. And it's like, well, that's weird. Everyone's having a really tough time. What's going on? I thought Americans, because we knew what were Americans, of course, at its very foundational definition, Anglo-Saxons. So it's like, well, that's weird. So other Anglo-Saxons are having problems? Well, what's going on between Anglo-Saxon men and women? No, you brought in a bunch of people. You brought in a bunch of people that don't represent you. But quite frankly, they want your stuff. They want your population, they want your women specifically, and go down the list of all the other things that are tied to your civilization and its core identity. They want all of that. And when they cannot share in the spoils of your demographic just being the country, right? I mean, it's like going into Russia. You want Russian things, but you're not Russian, you're Nigerian or whatever. Oh my gosh, now this is a travesty that me as Nigerian claiming I'm a Russian, I can't get Russian things. This is the problem that you start to bring upon yourself, is that now the foreigners' problems become the native nationals' problems. So then something starts to happen, is that you start talking about political issues and you're saying, well, right now a lot of American men are having issues getting with women, and I guess, see what happens, this develops in a lot of different ways, because at first, you're talking about it in this one way, and then it starts developing out of control in a bunch of different ways, because then it starts being, well, also the women, they just they're not finding good candidates out of the men. They don't like the men that are available to them. But it's like, and I'm not saying, by the way, this is kind of fictitious what I'm saying here, but not really, but slightly, okay? This is not one for one with what's going on currently, okay? But this is kind of a metaphorical, sort of. It's also kind of happening, but anyways, it's much more metaphorical than real right now. But this is real in many different topics and issues, where it's like, well, that's weird, because everyone wants to assume that when we're talking about our country's problems, we're just talking about the common citizen, right? Instead of talking about the foreigner that you decided to meld with the common citizen. That's the issue. So now you're starting to talk about these problems and these issues where, well, hold on a minute. Because, by the way, I have to mention this fact too. People start coming up with these made up solutions, or these made up, these made up layers. It's weird. They make up certain solutions that they're not solutions, right? They make up these excuses though. And then they come up with all these other factors and layers. Well, it must be that the women are just, for some reason, Anglo-Saxon men, American men, they're not leveling up enough for the women, or they're not matching up to their expectations, or whatever, right? We start making up a bunch of stuff. We start saying it's all this thing, that thing, the other thing. And we start saying, well, they're not measuring up, or, well, you see, the women, they're having these problems, whatever it is. And nobody wants to mention the fact that the actual problem has to do with the foreigner that doesn't represent your people. But now that you decided to make the foreigner share the freaking boat with you, well, now because of them, they're particularly about to go overboard, or they're about to sink somehow, some way in one section of the ship. Now, whatever their small localized problem is, within whatever scenario we have here, now it becomes everyone's problem. And now the civilization that is not defined by you, now we are extrapolating it out to these groups that don't represent that civilization, but now, for some reason, because it's just such a great idea, now we're deciding, well, they should, right? Or, well, they will represent us, or something like that. Because replacement, whatever it is, whatever it is, we come up with these excuses and we start moralizing our own destruction in the course of this sort of aftermath of what? Multiculturalism. You're bringing in these other people. They're not like you, and they're obviously going to have their problems trying to meld into your population. And it's like, and again, like, what good is it that you're bringing in, like, for instance, a bunch of Indian dudes, and that they should just be swiping up all the attractive white women, instead of the attractive white women getting with other largely attractive white guys and having more attractive white kids? Oh, no, it's a great idea that we bring in a bunch of people from another background, and again, they're now going to, their problems become our problems. It meddles with everything. It messes everything up. And this is what happens in politics specifically, which everyone loves to act like, by the way, that politics doesn't matter until it's life or death. It's like, well, it would have been nice if you actually got ahead of it before you just started hand waving it away. Well, what happens? You start multiplying your problems, because when your country is homogenous, right? Racially speaking, ancestral, heritage, whatever. When your country is homogenous, you only have to make solutions for a small group of people. So when a problem arises for the men, you're like, okay, well, Anglo-Saxon men are having problems. Why is that? Well, is it the women? If it's not, is it the economy? Is it something else? Okay, let's solve that one problem. There you go. Here's the one solution. But then when you start bringing in this dude and that dude and that dude from the other culture, and, you know, this guy, he still wants to speak in Sudanese or some kind of Muslim freaking language, or, you know, Hispanic language. That's what we're seeing now today. But they want to come into your country and they want to have your country. But yet they do not define your country. They don't make up what your country is or what it was founded as. But you're bringing them in. Well, now you have a problem, which is now their problems are your problems. Their downfalls now become your downfalls. And what happens here is you start to compromise yourself. You start to sacrifice yourself. That in the event of this happening, ultimately you try to make solutions for the foreigner that has no synergy, no synchronicity with the native national. So then you start, right? Great example of this. Reparations for the blacks, which we've already done, by the way. Lyndon B. Johnson with the welfare state, trillions of dollars, which is worth a lot more than the money we have today. Okay, white people got taxed out the freaking head for the welfare state, giving that money to black people. And what did that do? Well, for one, you caused a lot of problems for white people by doing that inadvertently. How? You were taking their money, taxpayer money. That means they had less resources for their own medical finances, their own, food, cost of living, all of that. They have less money because you taxed them. So now they have more issues. Now they have problems like affording things for schooling, for their kids, whatever it is. Now their own affordability goes down. And this is back when the American dollar had more worth. They were throwing trillions of dollars away to the blacks. And guess what happened? Well, nothing came out of it. That's just a simple truth. And in fact, all that happened is that we normalized a thug culture, a crime culture. That's what we did. A criminality culture, right? Doing weed, doing drugs, baby mamas, all this freaking crap. We normalized this stuff through the welfare state, because just giving these other groups a bunch of money It's not going to solve them because the problem starts with them. And also part of the fact that they're in a country that should not and does not resemble them. Now, that is not the crux of the issue, but at some point that does become a part of the issue. But ultimately, the issue is themselves. Because go to Africa. Africa to this day, specifically by, you know the group. By specifically the group that foundational group of that country, they still commit domestic terrorism despite the billionaires and the millionaires throwing money into Africa. And they still deal with issues, by the way, of apartheids in South Africa. It's weird that for some reason you can track very specific behaviors based on race. All across culture and time, you always notice the same issues. It's very, again, if this were a science experiment, we would have the results by now. But nobody wants to admit the science experiment results. Nobody wants to admit it. For whatever reason, it's just wrong. You know, if we're studying fungi, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, bacteria seems to be doing this. Oh, the results are in. I'm going to be honest though, actually a much more relevant example here is actually with psychology departments who act like their studies, their findings in their studies are actually reliable when they're not. They used to be somewhat reliable, but these are very controlled environments, and also now it's politically woke, and now it's just a bunch of activists trying to confirm their own positions now. And there's a bunch of things they're unwilling to do a bunch of studies for. A bunch of things that are absolutely correct. They're unwilling to do it because of their ideology. Universities are no longer institutions seeking out the truth, and that's a huge problem. That's a different conversation. We've spoken about this before, by the way. Anyway, give me a second. But 1 second. But see, this is the problem of multiculturalism, is that when you bake them into your fabric of society, your culture, your population, these other groups, what ends up happening is you're bringing in a group of people that their problems now become your problems. So when they are miserable, everyone is to be miserable. When they're not getting the opportunities, sexual opportunities, economical opportunities, whatever it is, okay? When they're not getting the opportunities that they want in your country, it becomes everyone's problem. Everyone shares the same boat. So now the white dudes who didn't have a problem before, but then you have a bunch of other dudes who are not white, they're coming in. Now your problems become that group's problems. So what happens with multiculturalism is that you are multiplying the problems within society. When you have a homogeneous population, you have a very finite group of problems and therefore solutions that are necessary. And it's very easy to just rule out, okay, these are the solutions, let's do those here and there. Okay, there we go, done. You can deal with problems much more readily. When you have all these other groups, not only do these separate groups have problems, but they make the other groups have problems with their problems. For instance, like I was saying, reparations, right? how blacks, they sit there even to this day, even though they've gotten a bunch of money already, they've already taxed white people quite enough, and as if this doesn't cause a bunch of problems to begin with, but that's the issue there. It does cause a bunch of problems. But they sit there and they're like, give us reparations, we demand all this money, and that just becomes a furthermore problem. This is what happens. It's not just their problem. When these minority groups come into your society, it's not just their problems are their problems. No. For instance, you bring a bunch of Muslims into your country. They don't just come into your country and they're like, hey, what's up? Oh, shoot, I'm having problems here, then there, but, I'm working through it or whatever. They don't do that. Now that they're having a problem, which is pretty much inevitable, especially given the fact that they're a foreigner, unless you start giving them a bunch of free money, free social programs, whatever it is. So you have to enfeeble your native population for the foreigner. So again, no matter what way you bake this, okay? They come in, and when the second they have problems, their problems become your problems, and now you have to own up to their problems. So now you are multiplying. That's the issue here. Once you are no longer a homogeneous population, you are multiplying your issues, your problems. The matters that affect your present society, now that multiplies. And of course, it is also exponential. So the more groups, well, now that there's blacks and there's Hispanics and there's Muslims all sharing one society, one country, well, if one of those groups has a problem, it's problems for whites, it's problems for the blacks, it's problems for everybody. And then because they're having problems and then they're making their problems everyone else's problems, well, now those groups, now they have a new problem. And now that new problem becomes a problem for everybody else. And it just keeps on developing. It's a snowball effect. That's why exponential. And that's what you ultimately do with multiculturalism. You're bringing in these other groups. You're saying, for some reason, you represent us now. And then because you're saying you represent us now, well, now, when these groups have these different problems, everyone starts assuming, because we got to be politically correct. We can't say, oh, the blacks, they're having problems, unless the blacks they keep on demanding for things, and they're like, give me the white guy stuff, right? Give me the white guy dollar, reparations, for instance, but also the women and all that stuff. And again, everybody wants to act like it's not happening. Everyone wants to act like it's not a perpetual occurrence. Everyone wants to act like, oh, you're making it up. It's like, yes, every time you see it happen, you're making it up. Absolutely. And when it's a trend, you're making it up. This is what we're talking about when we talk about clown worlds, because it's a freaking circus. It's an actual circus. That's why you call it clown world. And this is what multiculturalism brings every time, is a clown show, is a circus. Every time. It doesn't matter how much you want to be a self-sacrificial white guy, right? Because so many white guys are like, if we just come together, we just come together. So many white guys try to make excuses, and they flagellate themselves with the whip of egalitarianism, saying, no, I'm a good egalitarian. I'm not a racist. I'm not a whatever else. I'm not a bigot. Go down the list. It's like, okay, good job, bro. You're not a bigot. You're not all these other words, but now you don't have a country. And now, in fact, you have just sacrificed yourself for the minority. Because now they're taking your money, taxation. Now they're taking your opportunities, right? Through, what was it called? Now it's just DEI hires, but it started out as affirmative action, right? We have all these systems in place to give minorities a quick and easy leg up. And also just culturally this starts to happen, right? Minorities, they start being graded on tests easier because the professor is sympathetic, because politics, right? This is a problem that we see develop more and more and more as time goes on. And again, exponential. It's a snowball effect. And it just grows and it grows and it grows. And again, you have these people, they act like it doesn't exist. But okay, it doesn't exist until the problem is right in front of your face. You get to a point when you diversify the population of a country so much, you get to the point where your problems are inescapable. That's number one. No matter how much you try to just hand wave them off, like a bunch of people, a bunch of liberals specifically, they try to do every day. They're like, oh, that's not happening. Oh, that's not it is. And it is. And everyone's paying for it as you sit there and you make up your little fantasy land reality in your head. And by the way, they gaslight you and tell you that you're making up a reality in your own head. Even though, again, like, we know truth from fiction, it's they that don't know truth from freaking fiction. But okay. Awesome, right? Awesome to have these problems. Okay, great. Anyway. You get to a point, though, that the problems of civilization, of society, they're inescapable. But on top of being inescapable, you also end up in a situation where the problems become endless. And that's the ultimate, and irreconcilable. That's the other issue, is that now there is no resolution for any of this. Now there's a new problem every day, right? Again, because one group has a problem, they make it a problem for everybody else. Well, now that, and what's crazy is, they make it a problem for everybody else. That's a new problem already. Then what happens? Well, then somebody has to compromise one of the other groups, the group that has the most to lose. They compromise the group that has the most to lose to ultimately edify, or, maybe a better word is to ultimately graft the group that has the most to lose, and to ultimately entitle the group that has the least to lose and also has the least in general, or whatever. They have the problem, let's just say that, and sometimes they have the least to lose and also the least to give as well. So whatever it is, you end up in a situation where those who have the most to lose are being grafted at maximum volume, or as much volume as you can manage, or sometimes even a volume you can't manage, right? America, for instance, has insane debt. Where do you think that came from? Exactly. This is what happens, though, right? The core group has a problem. They make it other people's problem. Well, now that's a new problem. Now there's one problem, and now it multiplies based upon the number of groups. Well, then we compromise the group that has the most to lose for the group that has the least to give. Then what does that do? That creates a new problem for the group that has the most to lose, right? And also the most to give. And then something happens that's very weird. The group that has the least to give, they have a new problem. Because giving from the one that has the most to give to the one that has the least to give does not solve the issue. And this is a thing that honestly I would not even assume, but this is actually what happens. Interestingly enough, we've seen this happen many times. When you do this exact thing, you actually create a new problem for the group that is being entitled. So the group that is being entitled and they're grafting the other groups, that group ends up having new problems on top of the initial problem. That is what's most insane of it all. So again, we have this nature of multiplying problems, multiplying issues. And then we get to the point where now the group that's being taken from, now they're starting to have new problems. Because typically it's also not just one problem. So now that they're being taken from, they're having more problems. And it just keeps on developing from here. And then you get to a point where now because they're having more problems, now they have a problem with the group that is taking from them, that's grafting from them. Give me 1 second. Okay, anyways. And because of this, you start having more issues develop for the group that's being taken from and also for the group that's being given to. Because ultimately, the crux of the issue is that one specific group itself. That group itself is the problem, nothing else. The problem starts from within the inside. And if you do not address yourself, then you're going to have a lot of problems. But again, it doesn't matter because multiculturalism, even if members within the group were to start fixing their situation, you're still going to have the rest of the group that's the issue, right? As we talk about with the token individuals. But outside of that, we're simply talking about the fact that, as well, on top of all of this, multiculturalism just has endemic issues that will spawn and they will multiply on their own, even if you have well-performing individuals from these groups, as we've already spoken about, right? Token individual does well, and then what happens? Token individual starts wanting to have political vestige within your society. What does that mean? They ultimately have their activism that they will engage in that is for their benefit, no one else. Specifically for their group's benefit. So what happens is that you end up in a place and you get to the point where you have these exponential problems that essentially they become endless, they become irreconcilable, and then you end up in a situation where now everybody, right, where you had a very simple collection of problems at the very start. Now this has just spread like wildfire amongst the group that was initially the problem, now to the group that they made their problem, your problem, and then by doing that, now you've got new problems, and now that you've got new problems, now you've got a problem with everybody else, and now because you got a problem with everybody else, it just further and further more multiplies until you get to an insane extent that now you either need conflict to solve it permanently, or you need some kind of, and then this is the other way, is that people just simply give up, right? And they just allow civilization to decay on its own until it completely falls apart because you gave up, you're fed up, whatever, just move on, right? Bread and circus. And then civilization just falls apart. And everyone's asking why. Well, we definitely knew why. And ultimately, that is exactly where I see where we are sitting today when it comes down to America and also the EU. These are countries, unless they solve the very crux of the issue, there is nothing that's going to ultimately save them. They're done. These are countries that are absolutely in ruin. There is no path for redemption for any of these countries. It's just done. And these countries are not willing to actually produce the solution. Because of this, okay, then that means that the problem is going to continue being a problem until it is the end of your freaking existence. The ultimate reality to all of this, though, is that nobody wants to talk about this. Nobody wants to mention it. Nobody wants to accept it. But you will notice, if you're paying attention, you will notice in countries like America and the EU, you will notice that problems are just multiplying. And there's no solutions. And again, a part of what I was saying there is that when these other groups start having problems and they make their problems your problems, well then someone has to pay for it, right? And we've already spoken about that. And once that person ultimately has to bail out the other demographics, that's only going to multiply the problems furthermore. And this right here is the reality of the situation. You move from a civilization of patriotism and nationalism, of pride within your own country, to a civilization. You transition, you convert into a civilization of grievances and vendettas. That's ultimately what occurs. And again, let's be very clear on the point that I was making at large there, right? When these groups come in, their problems become your problems. But the second you solve, air quotes solve, right? You graft to solve their problems, that ends up becoming somebody else's problem. So no matter what, now, right, you're solving this group, their problems. Well, by doing that, by solving their problems, now you're causing a problem for another group. So all you're doing is displacing the problem. You're not actually ultimately solving anything. You're just moving it to another area, a new section, a new sector of some kind. You're just pawning it off. That's it. There is no way that you can sustain civilization by doing this. And right now, that's what everyone is arguing for. They're saying you can sustain civilization by doing this, even though it's clearly not. You can, you just got to believe in it. As everybody is running away from the disaster zones, right? The fallout nuclear freaking waste, and they're moving into the areas that have the most to give, which means the most to lose. And ultimately, they will also end up becoming the fallout nuclear hellhole. And that's the issue. You cannot escape the problem. That's what we're talking about here. The problem becomes endless. It becomes exponential, multiplicative, and ultimately, well, I mean, unless you're willing to actually get rid of the core problem itself, I mean, ultimately, it's going to be the death of you. And right now, I'm seeing freaking problems where it's like, there's certain aspects of it all that I want to appreciate certain things, right? But there comes a point where you realize how unsustainable all of this is and how inevitable the destruction also is. Because again, no one's willing to actually solve the problem. So ultimately, it's inescapable what the ultimate outcome is going to be. And it is interesting because there's so many people, they don't even want to think twice about all of this. Right? I mean, this is why, by the way, this is why the death penalty exists. If you do not have the death penalty, then you're displacing the problem somewhere else. And you're grafting someone for the solution. Air quotes on solution. So it's kind of funny because we've spoken about this before in a couple of the other playthroughs, but geez, man, it's just, you know, I've been noticing this furthermore develop recently, and I'm like, holy crap. Like, it's getting worse. And what the frick are people really doing? I mean, pretty much nothing, right? Because in fact, what people the most are doing is they are making excuses for it. A lot of specific problems. So and when you're seeing people make excuses for the issues, the problems at hand, you know, you just realize, okay, a solution is never intended here. That's what you realize. We are meant to have these problems, and people will do absolutely nothing to ultimately produce a solution. Or even be a part of a solution in really any feasible manner. Jeez, man. Okay, so we lost my teleporter, which really sucks. So I can't really get around. It would be nice if we had a teleporter up here, but of course we don't have that. Which is just great. Oh wow, that guy is actually sieging and he's getting away with it. That's crazy. And this guy's sieging too. What the heck? Well, I gotta go defend myself from the mist walkers. And you know what it is? I'm noticing a lot of people are lying to themselves about what is the solution truly. And they're also lying to themselves and others. They're lying about the reality of the problem. And it's exactly that I look at and I'm just like, well, frick. Then I don't know if the problem's ever going to go away, you know? Or simply because you can never be too certain about the solution, so what the frick? Like, didn't even need to say that, but you know what it is more so. Is just you realize the magnitude of the necessity to the solution. That's what you furthermore realize. Bro, what am I doing with this guy? Holy crap. Okay, I need to go attack somebody. I do not want to keep this frickin' hero. Oh, but you know what? That's actually what is most unbelievable to me. There's a lot of people, they just want you to accept these issues and these problems. And they want you to just say nothing, don't care about it, just look the other way, and allow it to continue to fester and develop. To do absolutely nothing, to say absolutely nothing. You must and you have to abide by multiculturalism. It's not even the fact that there is no choice, it's the fact that a choice is believed that it should not exist. That is pretty much the biggest problem of all. Yo, can I use war slaves yet? Oh my gosh, we're so close. But that's what's been amazing me recently, man. How many people want to hold on to things being bad or problematic in some way. By the way, I've never used this before. This is pretty much the first time. How do I do this? Oh. Ah. I see. Okay, we can try that. Where's that go? Wow. Interesting. I guess it serves as a teleporter, kind of. Oh, wait. Spell upkeep? Really? Ah. Real freak. Alright, guys. Hold up. Hold up. Let's actually check this. I'm gonna throw this guy around wherever he can go to die. Alright. Let's take a look at this. We got our research. we're kind of low on mana, I can notice. So we should do something about that. I don't really know how we're gonna do anything about that. Chrono Gate is actually pretty nice to have. Soul Harvest might be a good way to go. Yeah, let's do that.
So many waste the divine.
Yeah. Alright, that's it. So that's gonna be the end of this video. And we're gonna be heading into the next video after this. And I'm going to assume that the next video, we're probably going to have a victory state in the next one, I assume. So we'll see about that. And we'll see what we do for the next run. I think this run's taking too much time. I think it's going a little bit too long. And it's weird because I made this a medium-sized map. And it still feels like it's too long, so I'm gonna try to change around a few settings for the next playthrough that we do. Because, you know, it's just like, frick, man. Like the rounds, they also take forever to go through. It's kind of annoying how long it takes. So it's a problem that we've had in the past. When we were doing the large and very large maps, I was like, holy crap, this is taking forever. It's annoying. So, you know, at one point I was okay with it, but there just gets a point where you're like, frick. I mean, maybe I could do a super large map with less players. I don't know. I was also thinking though of getting into doing multiplayer runs if I can make it work. Recently, I've learned, I guess it wasn't active before, but they did activate cross-platform play. So I guess now PC and all the other people can now play together, which is interesting. I thought that was always the way it was, but I guess it wasn't. So that should make maybe matchmaking is better now. I don't know. I mean, matchmaking for this game is, quite frankly, it's just frustrating and annoying. But we can try. Okay, I'm gonna try to do a run in multiplayer. And we'll see how it goes. Honestly, after this one, after we do this run, I'll try the multiplayer run. Maybe, maybe not. It'll work out. My assumption is maybe I can't even make a freaking part 1 just because I can't get into a freaking lobby, but we'll find out. Anyways, we will be back later.